Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand an experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students, who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscription. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Ladies and gentlemen, and fellow professionals, please allow me to introduce myself. I am David Jones, the co-founder and CEO of the Hello LLC, where I am passionately dedicated to guiding individuals and businesses toward their own return on time investment. Time is my only competition. With over 20 years of experience as a corporate C-level executive, I bring a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the Hello LLC. My career journey has been marked by a relentless pursuit of excellence in marketing, strategy, and business management leadership. I have had the privilege of working with renowned Fortune 500 companies such as Xerox, American Airlines, Hilton, and Geico. However, what truly drives me is the transformational work we do at the Hello LLC. We are pioneering a new approach to business in the metaverse, where we empower businesses and individuals to build strong foundations, automate their processes and systems, while thriving in the ever-evolving digital landscape. More than just a 3D digital marketing agency, the Hello LLC is truly a community built on love, kindness, and integrity. We want more for you than from you. As I often say, collaboration is the new competition. In an era where time is the most precious commodity, I am here to guide you toward your own return on time investment, because if time was sold in stores, it would be sold out. With a deep commitment to excellence and a strong belief in the power of community, I don't just lead a company, I lead a movement into the future of business. Ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and a pleasure to be your guide on this remarkable journey. I am David Jones, and together, we will embrace a future marked by success, collaboration, and the transformative work we do at the Hello LLC. Hello stands for helping everyone live life optimally. So, let's make that pivot together and start living life optimally. Today.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good morning, business partners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is James Skinner. I'm a sales professional and credit repair enthusiast. And I'm going to be your host and business moderator for the morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network. It's showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This week, we are hosting the literary edition of the Black Business Olympics, showcasing writers, publishers, agents, authors, and literary enthusiasts. Today's guest is going to be Portia Pittman. Portia served as a legislative assistant for legislators in North Carolina Senate and House of Representatives. She has a passion for helping youth understand how government works. And this passion fueled her desire to become a children's book author, which she'll be discussing with us today. Aside from being an author, she is a wife, radio host, and active in schools, the criminal justice reform, faith communities, and civil groups. I present to you Portia Pittman. Give her 1 second. Portia, how are you?
James, hi. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for coming aboard. Tell us, what is the name of your new children's book that you were discussing with us today?
Okay, so my new book entitled My Favorite Future is a book for young boys. I'm actually a mom of 2 young boys now. I actually began my journey as a mom during the pandemic. So it was a troubling time and a scary time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think any of us knew what tomorrow may lead to. So I decided that I was going to write a book and dedicated it to my 2 little boys so that they can see themselves in literature, because we don't have many books displaying our kids. So I wanted to show them that that was possible.
You mentioned in your bio that you are a legislator and you're now a children's book author. Can you give us an idea of how that experience helped fuel this passion?
Well, I want to correct you, James. I am not an elected official. I do, however, work for lawmakers
Right.
as a
Mhm.
legislative assistant now in the House of Representatives. But that fueled my work because when I first came to the legislature in 2016, I did not know about the process at all. And in fact, I kind of actually stumbled on the opportunity, from being unemployed, but I was excelling in other areas, and other people began to see my work in the community and see how dedicated I was. And they decided that they need some of that dedication here, where lawmakers are setting policy for the rest of the state. And so a lot of young kids come to the legislature to view the artifacts and things like that. But
Mhm.
I didn't see anyone kind of like educating on the importance of how laws are made and why this place was truly so important, other than just the people that were elected to be here in those seats. And so I decided, after not finding anything like what I had already had in my dreams to create, and I decided to go ahead and put it on paper. And there ought to be a law break at at the Capitol was born. And it has won a few awards and been recognized by state government and teachers. It's actually being taught in school as a curriculum
Oh,
in the
wow.
Midwest. So things are really taking off for sure.
Well, congratulations on your success. How did your background play a role in creating the book?
I think for me, I think once start this line of work in the legislature, it kind of, changed my thought processes about lawmaking. Because I was on the opposite side of, trying to work my way through the criminal justice system after, a momentary issue in my life that I had went through when I was younger, about 15 years ago now. And so I
Mhm.
didn't know anything about the law, and I definitely didn't know my rights. And so once I came to the legislature to work, I realized it's kind of like a light bulb kind of like went off. Like, this is it, Portia. This is really going to help a lot of people who have been just like you, not knowing their rights, not knowing how laws are made,
Mm.
let alone being able to use the knowledge to speak up for themselves and possibly work themselves out of the criminal justice system without having to, leave with a criminal background or something to that degree. So I took my experience from, volunteering, and my mentors are lawmakers, and I'm just listening to them in the room talk about policy. And so I just, took that information and partnered with my co-author, who is Dr. Calvin Mercer, who's a professor at East Carolina University. And so I was actually his manager for his campaign. And so he had always been pouring into me, telling me like, Portia, you went through that situation. You're going to overcome this. There are so many great things in store for you. And so he just kept pouring into me, and we kind of, got together one day, and I told him, I wrote this story and I really believe that this is what people need. And so he read the story and he was like, Portia, this is it. And so he had wrote so many scholarly books in general anyway. So he had never been a part of a children's book project. So he did the editing for the book after I wrote the story. And so between his, experience as an elected official, and then me being on the perspective from someone who is working with legislators and lawmakers, it just worked together. So we pretty much put both our backgrounds together and created this piece of art that's been helping a lot of people.
Oh, that's excellent. Now I understand that you have a new book title, My Favorite Future, which was released most recently. Now,
Mhm.
what was the inspiration behind that book?
Well, for me, I had, been in the library more than a few times with my children. My little boy, he loves to read, love a book. Okay. And so he'll go find a book out of anywhere and say, read. So after I wrote my first book, I realized that I needed to write a story for little black boys, because it just seemed like every time we turned on the TV, there was a younger man or younger boy, you know, planted in a way that wasn't so positive. So I
Yes.
wanted to provide a book where, little boys of color can see themselves in a positive light. Like, you can be a scientist, you can be a drummer. You can be an NFL player. You can do anything you put your mind to, and don't just allow yourself to get attached to the stigma that somebody else may put on you without even knowing your full potential. So it's important for you to strive for your greatest potential, and overcome any obstacle that life may throw at you, and just keep a positive perspective. And so I created My Favorite Future because I wanted kids to know there is a brighter future for you other than just where you are right now, because things can change so quickly. And so it's important for you to take hold of the lessons that are going to help uplift you and help you feel as if you can achieve great things.
I mean, that really resonates. As a former young Black man, I can
Yes,
tell
sir.
you that, kind of controlling that narrative early makes
Yes.
such an impact. And oftentimes we find that other people and other institutions control that narrative. So
Yes.
hats off to you for taking the initiative to kind of begin them early with positive images, positive reinforcements, and a narrative that's coming from someone that loves them and wants to see the
Yes.
best out of them.
And that's the
That's
most important thing, because, there are a lot of kids out there that don't have the luxury of having a father in their life, or they might not have a mother in their life, or it could be both. So
right.
it just needs to be a community effort to keep our kids from falling through the cracks and going into the prison pipeline, or, falling, victim to substance abuse. And now, we have fentanyl that is hitting our streets. And it's just so many ways that kids can fall through the cracks. And so as a community, it's important for us to do our part to make sure that we're uplifting our youth as well. And so I'm just, taking my little space and trying to do what I can through literature. And hopefully that will change the trajectory of someone who reads my books one day.
How has the book been received? And
My books have,
I have two questions for you. How
yeah,
has the book been received? And if there's one message kids should get from the book, what is it?
Well, I think my books have been received very well. As I mentioned to you earlier, the first one, There Ought to Be a Law, A Bright Day at the State Capitol, is being taught in schools as a curriculum. And of course, you can go to any major bookstore, anywhere, pick up the books, Barnes and Noble's, Target, wherever you get your books or anything like that. And so that's been a very, happy moment for me. But I think the school thing, though, when the school district called me and said, "Hey, we chose your book and we're going to use it as a curriculum, and we're not just going to teach it in English, we're going to teach it in Spanish," because I actually translated it in Spanish as well when I published, so it's in 2 languages. So that kind of like opened my eyes up to see that there was something greater that I couldn't see when I was, pressing through the growing pains of publishing the story. But I kept pressing on, and the reason is being revealed to me, like, Portia, there's someone else that's going to learn this and be able to go out and be a better advocate for themselves, or go out one day and be an elected official because they saw your story. So it's been going really well. And I want kids to know that, as I've said earlier, you can achieve anything that you put your mind to. There are so many opportunities out here. You just got to get connected to the right resources and the right people that want to see you do well. And you're going to be able to determine who those people are, because they're not going to, tell you anything that's going to hurt you. They're not going to drag you down the wrong path. They're not going to be, making you feel as if you can't do those things. And they're not going to make you sacrifice yourself in the midst of finding out what you want to do in life. So I want kids to know that it's possible. Anything is possible. Just stay the course.
I think what you said really resonates, because in these days and times, to hear that your book is being picked up as a curriculum in a school, 2 things come to mind. We're having national conversations about books that discuss diversity being banned and not being included. And the other thing your story reminds me of is we just never know how our stories will impact other people. Just the fact to know that another community that speaks a different language is going to benefit from that experience just shows that baby that you birthed is affecting a completely different community. So I think that's wonderful.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Again, sometimes when God gives you a message, you don't know what's going to take place. All you just need to do is be obedient. and, go ahead and press forward, and God's going to take the rest. He's going to take the lead on the rest. And so that's what I've been learning, through my journey of maneuvering through various things in life. And so I'm just letting God use me, while I'm here, because we're all on borrowed time. So it's important to be obedient to the things that he wants us to do in life.
Amen to that. We are indeed on borrowed time. The other thing that you mentioned that resonates for me is that I'm also a former social worker, and I used to train in that arena. And the majority of my clients were formerly incarcerated individuals. And, I did some training to kind of help them get into jobs and other kind of life goals. So knowing how civics and government works at the, for children and even some adults is very, very important. And that lack of knowledge has cost our community a great deal. I understand that recently the governor of North Carolina granted you a pardon. How has that changed your life?
Well, for me, hearing about getting my pardon, like, really changed the direction.
Congratulations, by the way, on that.
Oh my God. It was kind of like starting off the year on a clean slate, literally. There has been so many, there has been so many obstacles that I had to overcome with jobs and housing and health insurance and credit issues, as we talked about earlier, but it just, oh my God, I had to go somewhere and sit down for a while, like literally just take it all in. Yeah, I had to go take it all in, because over the years, it's been about 15 years now. And so it's like you've been working, and you really ain't been taking it all in. Like, you can do so much, and while you're doing the work, you're really not thinking about who's paying attention, honestly, and if it will really have as much impact as you believe it will. But once it becomes, talked about on that scale, it's kind of like, dang, I really did do that. Like, this is amazing that now someone can see that although you did make a mistake, that it's worth forgiving. It's worth saying, we're willing to look at you and use you as a model to help hopefully prevent other people from going into the criminal justice system, or maybe helping them as you're transitioning out of incarceration. So it's just been a life-changing moment for me, for sure.
Bless you for that, and congratulations on that. It also makes me think too, at the same time, that story of forgiveness, in some ways, I think that we're also fulfilling the ideals of the country, that people get second chances, people get a chance to move forward and really be full citizens. So I'm so very happy for your opportunity. Are you still with us, Miss Pittman? Miss Pittman? Oh, you back? Okay.
James, so, for me, with that whole thing that occurred in general anyway, I was a young girl. So, my message is for a lot of young women out there, technology has changed. And so the way people date has changed. And so you can learn a lot about people today, more today than you could back then. And so for a young woman back then, being very naive and thinking you found love when someone has showed you some attention, and you kind of are not even thinking about the bad things about that person, you're just so happy that someone cares, or someone loves you, or someone likes you. Because I was really confused about what true love really is. And honestly, as a young woman, you really need time to work through a lot of those feelings, so that way those feelings don't confuse you and have you wrapped up in something that can possibly make you lose your life, or for me, make me lose a lot of time of now things that I have to go back and clean up, such as my credit, such as me being able to, really let myself be vulnerable to, meet a mate now that is my husband, who would never abuse me, who would never put me in a place where, I would sacrifice my freedom or sacrifice my self-worth, my self-respect. So I'm just encouraging women out there to really do your research and, really get a true understanding of what true love is. And when someone loves you, it doesn't come with them putting their hands on you and abusing you in such a way that you're embarrassed or it makes you feel like you're ugly or you're not worthy of positivity or someone pouring into you in a way that's going to propel your life forward. And so today I'm just encouraging women out there, do your research, but also make sure that when you're doing these dating apps and things like that, be patient. Just because, a man wants to take you out for dinner or two, be patient, give him time to actually show you that, he respects you and that, he truly wants to court you. And like the old people say, like the old school way, honestly, that's the best way to date. And so when I met my husband, he was showing me the old school way of dating. So I said, yeah, that's right on time right there. And so yeah, that's right on time. That's love for sure. And so, but it didn't come overnight. It took me years of healing and really taking myself through therapy to overcome a lot of the things that I never even spoke about. And so a lot of people like myself, they are dealing with some internal things. So you have to, deal with your own mess before God will release, that person that's for you. Because I feel like God didn't create us to live alone. No, we have our partner out there. Like, I feel like everybody has a soulmate out there. And so sometimes if we have that patience, God will, provide who and where that person is for sure.
My mom used to say that there's a lid for every pot. So
yeah. And your mom is so right. Like, seriously, I think a lot of times, we can get in our own way by being impatient, because I was in my own way. And as I sit back, I've been going through therapy, as I sit back and look back, looking back in hindsight is 2020 vision. You can see where the mistakes were. And so, looking back at that, I'm just like, wow. So anyway, you're going to definitely have to look forward to a book that's talking about relationships in the future from Portia.
I love it. Well, and we love your ministry. How can we support your work?
Well, I'm encouraging people to also not only just pick up those books about how laws are made, but also I want you guys to get out there and start getting engaged with some of these policymakers. That is the only way we're going to see a lot of change in our communities. And of course, I'm encouraging you to support my nonprofit work. Whenever you do purchase a book, those proceeds do go towards reentry work. Transitional housing. I actually opened a transitional house in 2023. I actually finished the renovations. Wonderful. I took a crack house that was being used for addicts who were doing crack in the house, and a whole bunch of other stuff that we won't get into. But I became an ownership of that home, and I renovated it and turned it into a transitional space. So now I have an opportunity to create affordable housing for people who really need the help, because we got to do something about homelessness and the rising cost of housing. Like, it's just ridiculous. And so again, I'm just trying to do my part with the resources God has been giving me. So I'm encouraging you to check out my website at brightbooks.org, or check out my nonprofit at ncreentryinnovators.org. That's ncreentryinnovators.org for more information on that.
That's just amazing work, and given your specific journey, the fact that you've turned around that situation and to help other folk that are in bad circumstances really says a lot about you. Something that really resonated too when we talked about the reentry work and people who have things on their record, it seems like they're affected even more with homelessness, recidivism, drug use, because they don't have the social cachet to get past certain hurdles, because they have problems finding work and resources. So I'm so happy that your nonprofit addresses some of that.
Oh yeah, because for me, James, I went through a lot of that myself. So for me, going through that and realizing, like, Dad, I am not the only one, and I can do something about it. I'm not going to sit in the corner and be quiet. And a lot of people that are transitioning out of incarceration, they could have been there for 20, 30 years. And, goodness well, time has changed drastically.
Absolutely.
I can remember in the pandemic, here in North Carolina, they were releasing people during the pandemic with no place to go.
Right.
So there were a lot of people that were on the streets or either committing crimes to go back to prison for those 3 hot meals in a cot.
Absolutely.
Okay. It was better than being on the streets. So in 2020, that's when I actually started my nonprofit to help people get hotel rooms and until we figure out what the next steps are. So those resources that I was able to get really help get people off the streets. And my mission has always been to reduce recidivism, because God knows it's possible out here, but you really got to get connected to the right people and have the right resources. And so what I, realized with working on the state reentry council collaborative, Governor Cooper created that in 2017. And so that was like my first year in the legislature. And so when I found out about that he was establishing the state reentry council collaborative, I was like, wow, this is amazing. I need to get involved. So my lawmaker that I was working for at the time, her name was Jean Farmer Butterfield. So she got me, locked in with that council. And I started working with those work groups and working with the lawmakers to try to find some policies that would, fit our current climate in our community right now. Because we were drowning, not only with the pandemic, but just with so many, levels of infrastructure that was failing, specifically with our criminal justice system and the Department of Public Safety, because they didn't know what to do with COVID inside the prisons and what to do with those people that they had to release. A lot of things were closed out here. So how are they going to get jobs, James? And so in my head, I'm like, Dad, Portia, this is go time. You got to do something. So that's what I began doing. And so affordable housing opportunities and providing criminal expungements has always been my missionary work that I've been doing. So, I hold criminal expungement clinics for people. There are hundreds of people out here walking around right now with clean criminal backgrounds because I was able to help them get their background cleaned. And so this is all free labor work. I'm not getting paid for this. This is free volunteer work. So it's straight off of my passion for wanting to do the work and want to see some changes in our community. So I'm thankful for, what God is doing in my life.
There's something else I wanted to touch on, because we began our conversation, you being a children's book author and your passion for youth. I wanted you to touch on the fact of how that criminal justice system impacts youth who have parents who might have been in that. If you could kind of speak to that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I tell people all the time, when you go through the criminal justice system, it just doesn't affect you. It affects the whole entire family in so many different ways. And so, I've actually worked with parents who have been incarcerated and then their children have nowhere to go, or they don't have a family member who wants to take them in. Or while they're incarcerated, they're living with someone who begins to abuse them. So then they fall into going into, those group homes, and then they hit the streets. And then now the cycle has taken them through the pipeline. And so, it's just important for us to look at when we're going to make decisions that we think it out completely through, those fast decisions where you have to sacrifice your freedom or your self-worth. You probably want to sit back and think that through a little bit more, because it's just not going to stop with you. Like once you get into that system, it's a wrap. Like everybody's enthralled in it. And so think of not being able to pay your utilities and then you calling home collect trying to get $10 or $20 that's going to take out of the household for a household budget for food or utilities and all those other things. So it's just a lot of ways that we have to, be conscientious when we're making decisions. And for you specifically, you might have a parent who's incarcerated right now. And I just want to encourage you, because I've been there, I remember me starting smoking cigarettes because I was mad at my father for being incarcerated. Right. And he couldn't come to my high school graduation. And so I thought by me doing that, I was hurting my parents, because it's like, now you're being disobedient. Oh, yeah, they're going to be mad and they're going to be hurt. Right. But I was the only one hurting me. They raised me up. They, taught me what I needed to be taught. And it's up to me to apply that to make a positive difference. And so once that light went off in my head again, in my early 20s, it like changed the trajectory. And then I began pouring into other people that I encounter who are at-risk youth. And so, being an author has really put me in position to be able to talk to kids a little bit more, so that way they can see that I'm just not coming to them dressed up looking cute, but I really actually went through a lot of these things that you're fighting through, bullying or missing a parent in your home. You can overcome these obstacles. Don't let the streets make you feel like they love you more than your family at home, or and it's going to make you feel like you need to go out and commit a crime to make it seem like you're important or to be seen, because you don't. There are resources out there. I'm encouraging you to even talk to your guidance counselor at school. Just be honest. Talk about what you're dealing with. There are resources to help you, and there are people that want to help you as well. But just being honest and not, choosing the streets over your future is really what's going to make a difference.
And I mean, also in the beginning of your presentation, you made mention the importance of mentors. And sometimes mentors are just not, your parents or your immediate family, but even a children's book author, the legislators, the other people that you mentioned. Talk a little bit about how having mentors has helped you make your transitions.
Oh my
and just
God.
brought you to where you are now.
I was on my way to work today, James, and I love Tasha Cobbs Leonard. She's like a Grammy Award winning gospel singer. Her name is Tasha Cobbs. And you know what Tasha Cobbs can sing. But she has this song called Burdens Down. And it just says, since I laid my burdens down, friends don't treat me like they used to. So when I began walking a different path, people began falling off. When I began choosing mentors that were really looking like the future that I wanted to have one day, and they began pouring into me, it really made light bulbs go off that weren't going off when I was in the company of wrong people who weren't pouring the right things into me. Mentors are so important, and choosing the right people to speak things over your life or into you is important too, because a lot of times that things that people talk or speak around, they can take root in your life. And if you're not, using, the right people at the right time in life, it really can take you down the wrong path. Because I didn't have any positive friends in my life like that growing up. I'm gonna just be honest. In my neighborhood, there wasn't any positive friends. I didn't see any people that were going to city council meetings and speaking up or why they're not coming down here taking care of our roads, or why they're not coming to the hood to, drag our ditches like they're going to other communities across the bridge to clean up and do whatever they need to do. And so for me, finding people that were doing greater things and making a positive difference in the community was where I needed to be. And especially when I couldn't get a job, I'm like, God knows I can't get a job right now, but they're already talking about go get a job, go do this, go get your own place. I couldn't do none of that. So I'm like, Dad, I need to go talk to the people who can really change this. And so, once I began going and getting greater mentors and stuff like that, it really gave me a new opportunity. And not only that, some mentors will have you in different networks too. Like here, I'm in the Black Business Network today.
Right.
The Black Business Network. I wouldn't even know anything about it. Again, a mentor pouring into me, seeing me do the work, and like, hey, have you heard of Black Business Network? And so here I am today. So mentors can sometimes open doors for you that you couldn't open for yourself. So it's important to get some great mentors.
Excellent. Now, was the pardon a surprise? Was there a process behind that? Or was that all of a surprise to you?
Yeah, well, it wasn't a surprise. I actually put the application in over 2 years ago.
So there's a process to get a pardon.
Yeah, there is a process. You do have to put in like a application packet and it just talks about, what you've been doing, what this pardon would mean to you if you were to receive a pardon from the governor, and a host of little other things
now
that they
helping other people do that.
I'm sorry, sir.
I'm so sorry, Portia. I was saying, and I just want to be correct. You're now your nonprofit and your ministry. You're now helping people try to do the same things, correct?
Well, yeah, with our criminal expungement stuff that we do that. We've been doing that well beyond before I even, got a pardon, because again, there are some people out here that are eligible for expungement relief that won't need a pardon. And me, myself, the reason why I have a pardon is because by law of general statutes, my offense, it wouldn't allow me to get an expungement. So that was my last resort. So am I going to sit here and I'm like, keep it, or am I going to go after getting a pardon? So, I'm going to go after pardon, at least try. There aren't a lot of people that do get a pardon. It is a lengthy process. It's not something that takes place overnight. And in fact, if you are going to be applying for a pardon, I would encourage you to lead the life that you are going to be putting on black and white. Lead the life that you are going to be telling everybody that you're going to be leading, because they're going to be researching you. They're going to be doing their due diligence to find out if you're worthy of a pardon or not. So I think a lot of people have it construed. I get lots of people emailing me all the time, like, how did you do it? I'm like, I didn't do anything. I'm just living life and doing what I'm
Doing the right
supposed to be
thing.
doing. What I'm supposed to be doing. That's all I'm doing.
Now, where are
So
your
I'm
books?
just encouraging people to, if you want a pardon, go after a pardon. But make sure you're living the life that you're telling everybody that you're living, for sure.
And your books, what platforms are they available on? How can people get your books? If you could repeat the names of the two books and where people can get them.
My first book is actually called There Ought to Be a Law.
Yeah, let's see it.
Yeah, I actually got them. I actually have 5 books.
Okay.
This is the Spanish translation of There Ought to Be a Law here. This is actually the activity book that goes with it. There Ought to Be a Law, the storybook. And this is the English version of There Ought to Be a Law, and it's available in hardcover. And of course, I'm encouraging people to get hardcover because they last a long time. Who doesn't want a shiny cover? Literally,
Absolutely.
So, long story short, this is my latest book called My Favorite Feature, that I love so much. Because look at that. That little guy is really creating the next new invention. You know what I'm saying? He's a boy of color. And do you know there are a lot of astronauts that we don't even know that are of color? You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Like people that work at NASA that we don't even know of color. Because every time the news come on, they ain't looking like us. So I got to make these kids dream big enough so that way they can go and achieve that great stuff for us. They might be taking us to the moon one day or taking us to a new planet. Who knows? But all I know is that I just want to encourage them to achieve their greatest. Whatever dream you have, go out and achieve it. If you're not hurting anybody, you're not taking anything, and you're doing it built off the foundation of God, then it's going to last and it's going to stand. So go after that great thing.
I love it. And I know you said that you're in the future, you're going to be looking into doing books on relationships. What else do you have planned for yourself? I'm so very happy, sincerely, that you got that pardon. And because I've worked in that system before, I know what the challenges many people face with those things over them, I should say.
Yeah.
What's next for you, Miss Pittman? Portia.
Well, me, I'm just not rushing through the moment. Honestly, I'm just taking time to, hear from what God wants me to do next. I know that I'm actually working on a few projects where, I'll turn my books into cartoons. Also
wonderful.
make them available for, people that are deaf and, want to, still explore stories even through their disabilities. So I want to do that. I actually have an audio book coming out. I've never translated any of my books into audiobooks. So I'm going to be doing that. I've actually already been in the studio working on that.
Are you going to voice it, or are you going to get someone else to voice it?
Well, I'm actually going to do it, multiple ways. But for now, the first one that I'm going to release it will be in my voice. And of course, it'll sound a little bit better than where we are today.
No, you sound fine, Portia.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So I'll be working on that, some cartoons and whatever God wants me to do next. That's why I'm looking to be. And of course, I want to be on the Tamron Hall show. I want to talk to Oprah one day, like Gail King. Like,
put that out in the universe. This is a network. Maybe someone in the network knows. Hey, it can happen.
It can happen. And that's why I'm mentioning it, because a lot of great opportunities have come to me just by me stepping out on faith and just mentioning it. You just never know who are going to be listening or watching. So that's why I try to stay on point every day.
In the previous segment that I was a part of, I was discussing the fact that, you have to start with the network that you have, but you just never know who knows someone else. It can be very random. So you just never know. But I absolutely wish you the best on that. The audiobook thing sounds fantastic. Currently the books are not audiobooks, but that's currently what you're thinking about doing, is converting some of them over to audiobooks as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. We're not thinking about it. We've already started the process. I've been in the studio actually working on that. Translating the first one. I mean, it takes a little time too, because you think it's easy, but sometimes when you get to go in the studio and record things yourself, it's taking a little work, to get it just right for people, for sure.
So I have 2 last questions for you. Who is your biggest literary or personal inspiration? And I'll let you start with that.
Well, I think my co-author, Dr. Calvin Mercer, because, I didn't know any authors, and I'm just to be honest with you, like like personally, like I had never met any authors prior to me meeting him. And so getting to work with him and just seeing his passion for outside of the, what he's writing in his books, but his passion for his work, really kind of like encouraged me, through my literature. And so, of course, I get him to look over the stories, that I write. Shoot, I wanted to make sure it's tight and is ready to go out there for the people. And so he's like my biggest inspiration when it comes to an author. And then, I like Maya Angelou. I listen to, some of the great, women that came before me. Of course, Oprah has a lot of great stuff. I just mentioned her a few minutes ago. I love me some Oprah. And there are a lot of books that are coming out. Michelle Obama, I still haven't finished reading her book, and then she got another book coming out. And then we got Tabitha Brown now, so it's like a lot to read right now. Seriously,
lots of beautiful Black women power coming to the forum. I really like it. So one final question. Is there anything you would have done differently had you had the chance with this journey that you found yourself on? Was there anything you would have done differently?
Oh my God. I think for me, if I could have done anything differently, it would have been to prevent making a mistake that I did, when I was in like 21. If I could change that where I never needed a pardon, I would have been happy. But I'm still happy now. I'm still happy with the journey God did take me on because, I've been really putting my best foot forward, like really committed to this. Like my heart is in what I'm doing, and the changes that have been much needed probably would have been brought up or, talked about it in spaces that it needed to be talked about had I not had the lived experience of some of this stuff. And so I'm just thankful for what I did go through because it helped mold me and prepare me. Who knows? I may have never even became an author.
Right.
I never probably would have even found about the legislative process or even pursued the whole lawmaking thing. I can think about as I was a little girl, I dreamed of being a lawyer. But because of the way life was lifing or whatever the case may be, I didn't pursue that at the moment. But still, God, like, oh yeah, you're gonna be doing something with this lawmaking stuff. Like you're gonna still be doing something. You might not didn't do what I wanted you to do right then, but you still gonna be in it some kind of way. So I'm just thankful for, where I am, and I'm not going to go back and live on regrets because it just takes too much time and too much space in my head. So I'd rather be thinking about a game plan for the future.
I love it. Well, I want you to know, Portia, you poured into me today. I'm totally inspired by your story. And before we break, if you could repeat the names of the books, repeat the name of your nonprofit, and if you could just let the audience know where and how they can reach you.
Well, great people, thank you so much for having me here. First and foremost, Black Business Network. I'm encouraging you to head over to my website at brightbooks.org and check out all my children's books. I actually have 5 now. There ought to be a law, Bright Day at the Capitol, which is being taught in schools as a curriculum. And my favorite feature, which is a great book that I have to encourage little boys of color. There's actually a coloring book that goes with that too that has affirmations. So I want kids to speak power over their lives. And so you can actually go and check that out. And of course, my nonprofit is ncreentryinnovators.org, where you can check out all the reentry work I'm doing. And if you need any criminal expungements, hit me up because they're available.
Okay. Thank you so very much, Ms. Pittman. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
You too. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we also want to take this time to thank our sponsors. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for February 2024. NC 100, Moody's Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie, Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Hello LLC, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shaney Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artist App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand, like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Pamela Kelly, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community, sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This week, we are hosting the literary edition of the Black Business Network, showcasing writers, authors, speakers, publishers, agents, and literary enthusiasts. Actually, I'm going to switch hats shortly because the keynote speaker today is myself. And to begin, again, my name is Pamela Kelly. And besides serving as moderator today, I am the owner of I Prep to Thrive here in North Carolina. And we are a preparedness organization. And to elaborate on the word preparedness, it's a life cycle preparedness organization. So I'm not a doomsday prepper, and I will give you some background later on why I distinguish between doomsday preppers and what I consider life cycle prepper. I Prep to Thrive offers resources and services and tools to concentrate on what I call Tier 1 preparedness, and that is to achieve a basic and essential preparedness to meet daily challenges and to bounce back even from survivable at-risk events. So what does that involve? It involves really having your financial preparedness established. So as an innovator in technology, and my background covers a lot of areas in technology, I have, over the past 30 years, acquired experience in computer-aided design architecture, website design, and most recently, mobile app development. So part of my journey going back in 1996, and this explains why I'm very much involved in preparedness, Hurricane Fran, as some of you may recall, was in 1996. And at that time, I had 2 young children and a house to maintain. So during a period of 2 weeks, we did not have any power, had water, but basically no heat. And fortunately, that was in the midst of the summer. But that was an experience where I was pretty much at the mercy of just whatever resources I had financially and strategically, which was not very much. But by the grace of God, and that's part of my arsenal, that no matter what, when you believe that the Lord is really by your side, you can get through anything. But from that experience, I realized that I needed to do better. As far as being financially and strategically prepared. So really August of 1996 is when I became a life cycle prepper, as opposed to a doomsday prepper, someone who is planning for the apocalypse. And I believe that that's something that we cannot prepare for. You can prepare for it spiritually, but things like that are really in the Lord's hand. But daily challenges, especially in the community of which I have a kinship, the African American community, there are challenges that we go through on a daily basis. One of those are definitely financial challenges. And as we have entered the pandemic, the post-pandemic area, it's become clear that every community is financially challenged. So fast forward to 2020, when the pandemic occurred. I was actually able to weather it to an extent because of some habits that I had developed early on, again, from 1996 up until that time. And one of my experiences that really emphasizes the need to be financially prepared is that at the very least, we all have to have a an emergency cash stash. So out of my mobile app experience, I developed a tool called 5101075, which I make available on my website. And what it does is when you enter an amount in the app, it automatically splits up your income in 4 buckets: 5, 10, 10, 75, which adds up to 100. So it helps the user to really begin to look at their spending habits and what one does over a period of 30 days. When you enter your income, whatever it is, in the app, it shows you just where you are spending too much and need to make some changes. So in terms of emergency planning, to have a cash buffer, that is where you start. That's called Tier 1 preparedness. Also, I provide information on how to establish a 21-day food pantry. So I provide a lot of resources within my business organization at ipreptothrive.com that really focus on what I call Tier 1 preparedness, because you have to get your money right just in terms of at-risk events and daily life challenges before you can move on to those other tiers of preparedness, such as using additional discretionary income for investing or retiring. It's very hard to get to those upper tiers of planning in life when you don't even have an emergency fund. So that for me presents a nice niche of opportunity to provide information to people. And once they reach that milestone of having a emergency cash fund, then you can begin to progress to the other tiers of financial planning. So I kind of like to stay in my lane because that's what I know best, and that's where, what comes from my personal experience. So again, 2020 was a challenging year for everyone. I was able to get through it just from some habits of stocking away and being prepared as far as supplies and having a cash stash. And then recently, I've also developed apps that facilitate people communicating with one another, especially when there is no internet access. Because those are the most important things are, again, your cash stash. You have to have some kind of communications plan. And again, you have to have enough to sustain you over a period of 21 days. Again, those are my areas of expertise as far as preparedness. And when you begin to develop a habit of preparedness, then you begin to see that you're not missing opportunities. You're able to sleep better at night. So one of the things that I have engaged in recent years was really to host an event, which is upcoming next April, which was a planning opportunity, a planning experience for people involved to use that information to be able to save not only for emergencies, but now that you have additional resources, you can save for things like taking a trip. And taking a trip is really one of the best ways to develop a habit of preparedness. So just to share with you something that I'm excited about is the Eclipse 2024 Niagara Heritage Tour. And all of this information is available at my website, ipreptothrive.com. But we will be hosting a marvelous event April 6th through 8th in another 45 days, less than 2 months, where we will be traveling to Niagara Falls to witness an eclipse, but also that area has a very rich African American history, which I'm sharing now because it is African American History Month. And there's no better time than February or every day of the year. But it's an opportunity to revisit those experiences that were part of our heritage of folks who wanted to make a better life. And I call them futurists. For instance, Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, the Niagara movement. If many people are not familiar with that, but W.E.B. Du Bois put together a group of people who wanted to develop an economic plan that is very much compatible with my use of 5, 10, 10, 75. In other words, churning our dollar. And I need to put in a plug for Dr. Kelly because he's very much part of this narrative of churning our dollar in the African American community. So I am thrilled to host an event that is relevant to preparedness, that's relevant to economic preparedness, especially with regard to the African American community. And you all are able to take advantage of opportunities that are at my site, where I do things that I try to structure it so that it is a win-win for people who visit the site, take advantage of my resources, such as being a member. You are able to learn preparedness skills. And one of those skills is that I am a amateur radio operator, which is one of those skills that is so needed in the African American community. We do need more amateur radio operators because when there are at-risk events, when stuff hits the fan and communications are disrupted, amateur radio is one of those skills that becomes essential. So there's just a plethora of preparedness resources at iPrep2Thrive. And so I welcome everyone to visit iPrep2Thrive.com to take advantage of the mobile apps that I have available that can assist with beginning to save for a preparedness fund that conveniently split up your dollar so that it's easier to do that. I have saving schedules, and I look forward to speaking with some of you just to provide additional mentorship on using some of those tools and taking advantage of learning. I do teach mobile app development and amateur radio, and even things such as learning how to do solar cooking. So there's so much there, and actually, it's my hope to develop a community of folks where preparedness really becomes the industry, the mainstream in our community, because we really do need to make that kind of our brand identity. So if anyone has any questions, just reach out to me, Pam at iPrep2Thrive.com. So at this time, if I can take any questions, or Dr. Kelly, if you can give me some direction on anything that I can share or elaborate on, I'd be glad to do that. And I'm just going to switch back to being a moderator and just sharing about what the Black Business Network actually does, which is some really good activities. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. Yes, we have to really prepare, and that's what preparedness is about, empowering our young entrepreneurs to be idea producers, not just idea consumers. So we really need to develop a new cadre, a new generation of idea producers. So that's what the Black Business Expo's mission is to do and to foster. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBXUSA. our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at Black Business Expo. So with that, I can go back to share a little bit more about what I do at I Prep to Thrive. And one of the things that I am excited about is recently I have formed, is now in formation, the it's the Preparedness Advertising Network. Preparedness Advertising Network, because there really needs to be a imagery industry, which does not exist right now, that is focused on imagery, content, messaging, and audio that promotes preparedness in all communities, but particularly in the African American community. So my excitement with this new activity is that every message, which is a public service message, has to have audio, imagery, and the message. And I'm someone who loves music. I love audio. I love imagery. So it's exciting to me to really extend the invitation to people who want to be a part of the Preparedness Advertising Council, because PSC, that stands for PAC, and I like the imagery potential for that. PAC, the new PAC in town. So you can now visit the website preparednessadcouncil.com, and you will see information on how to get involved in participating in the Preparedness Ad Council, which is really going to launch an industry of limitless opportunity when you think of the various preparedness campaigns that are possible, especially across all age groups and across various professions. For instance, there is a need for preparedness ad campaigns that target seniors, preparedness messaging to seniors, preparedness messaging to young people, especially to help encourage young people to get prepared and the resources available in STEM industries. There is a need for preparedness advertising, public service announcements for the disabled, for veterans in our community. So it's limitless in what it does. It provides a wonderful media registry opportunity. For instance, if you like to be behind the camera, in front of the camera, all skill levels. Beginning April 8th, at the post-eclipse celebration, I will actually have the official installation of the Preparedness Advertising Council. So right now it is in soft launch. You can go to preparednessadcouncil.com and become a member, which it's very reasonable. This is not something for me to become a millionaire through. I am retired and then became unretired because I'm so passionate about preparedness. But I simply want to engage people and excite people about the potential in developing a imagery industry that is focused on financial, strategic, and even faith inclusive preparedness in the African American community, because our solutions, the solutions for one culture, there's no one. Let me put it this way: there's no one size fits all preparedness solution for every culture. And within our community, faith has always been a core of our resilience. So those are things that we do need to incorporate in our messaging, in addition to financial and strategic preparedness. So my branding, you will see that it says our culture, our imagery, our solutions. And another word that I love to use that is very relevant in everything that I do is futurism, economic futurism. I consider myself a futurist. And what is that? That's anyone who by faith, at least the definition for relative to I Prep to Thrive, a futurist is someone who believes by faith in the future and prepares for it in spite of what the present looks like. And that's crucial because all of us, look at the news today. If you allow yourself to be highly influenced by the mainstream media, there may not seem to be much to look forward to. But as a futurist, here's a tip: before you retire for the evening, look at something, read something, see something, any kind of imagery, or read something or hear something that encourages you to believe in the future. If you do that as the last thing when you go to bed, when you wake up in the morning, you'll wake up believing in the future and planning for it and preparing for it. That is what a futurist is. And so for our community, that is one of my goals, to really encourage people to think like a futurist, because that is really honoring actually our ancestors, such as those that the folks who are traveling on the Eclipse tour will be learning about. They'll be learning about and actually traveling those areas that were navigated by folks such as Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass and W.E.B. Du Bois. Those folks were futurists before the word was even conceived, because in spite of how the present looked, and we think we have challenges now, they had challenges. This was when the policies at that time still enforced slavery. And so those are the times they lived in, but they still believed in the future in spite of how the present looked. So I think that's a worthy legacy for us to carry forward, because 2024 is certainly a crossroads year, which is how I see it. It is quite a crossroads year, because the next election is this year. It is a leap year. So, and April happens to be National Financial Literacy Month. So every month on the calendar actually has a preparedness focus. So I'm just watching the time here, because again, I'm kind of doubling as moderator and speaker today. But there is just so much opportunity when we take one step out of perhaps the current economy, which is unpreparedness driven, and visit my website and and you will see why I define it that way. Take one step out of the unpreparedness ecosystem that now exists, and spend some time, invest some resources in the preparedness driven activities at I Prep to Thrive. And I promise you, I guarantee you that you will see a change in the outlook for the future. And just imagine collectively if we could all become futurists and actually practice economic futurism, which is 5-10-10-75, where we actually begin to invest in our community intentionally and reciprocally, just as Dr. Kelly has envisioned with the Black Business Network for the last decade at least. So that's what we need to do. Preparedness pays, unpreparedness costs, but preparedness pays, and there's much opportunity in the preparedness industry, which I want to see us become the trailblazers in that industry, and we can do it. We can make a change that needs to happen in the U.S. So, hey, in fact, elect preparedness for president in 2024. Just thought of that. I'll have to use that one. So, with that, I guess we will go to Dr. Kelly. If Dr. Kelly is out there, we can. I can entertain any questions that anyone may have, and with that, there's something that we always like to finish up with, that Genius is coming, and we'll see you on the other side.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success. Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand, like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I said, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Art to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. It explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and the expressions to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish, Goldie, dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Are you aware that showing off your expertise can gain customers and position you as an expert in your industry? Consumers need confidence to purchase. So let us showcase your knowledge by interviewing you for a 3 to 5 minute video. We'll position you as an industry expert with a customized interview style video, and for a limited time, we'll cover all production costs. Click this ad or call now for all the information. You'll want to experience the same 5-star service our customers love. So take advantage of this one-time offer. Click this ad or contact us now.
Genius is common, and my genius is nutritional strategy. I am Shawnee Smith, the owner and creator of Can Do Spice. Can Do Spice was created because I knew that adding herbal and mineral supplements to my diet did not have to be boring. In fact, because I'm a food enthusiast, I knew I could create something flavorful and explosive that also had the benefit of adding herbal supplements such as sea moss, bladderwrack, burdock root, and black seed, just to name a few. I invite you to take this journey with me where we come together and take control of our nutritional health. It is my way of sharing my genius, the gift of flavor and the healing power of herbs to the world. What is your genius?
Hey, it's your girl Colette V. Smith. The V is for victory. My mama would tell you the V is for Veronica, but it's Colette V. Smith. The NFL's first African-American woman to coach in the history of the National Football League by way of being the first female in 2017 to coach in New York Jets franchise history. Today, I'm the founder of Believe in You Incorporated. Believe in You Incorporated. I got here because I didn't limit myself. I started thinking freely, living life freely. Don't limit yourself. Unleash your power, the power that God created you to be and to have. I got here because I didn't just follow a path. I created my own. You can do the same thing. You know why I know this? Because genius is common.
I'm Kennedy Harris. My genius is being an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO of K-Lock, a company where I develop my very own line of kids supplements. I currently market my multivitamin for kids to help combat weak immunity. During the pandemic, research has shown that having a strong immune system is key to fighting off disease. My vitamins are for kids, but adults can benefit from them as well. I'm adding a proprietary blend to my supplement line. I want to create my own blend so that I have a competitive edge in the marketplace. Staying healthy is important to me so that we live longer and have healthier lives. My website is klockproducts.com. That is K-L-O-C-K. Genius is common.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I've received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I loved to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she wants to be the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is common.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Pamela Kelly, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community, sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This week, we're hosting the literary edition of the Black Business Olympics, showcasing writers, authors, speakers, publishers, agents, and literary enthusiasts. Our next speaker this afternoon is Deidre Armstrong. Deidre Y. Armstrong is a preeminent language analyst, ghostwriter, editor, and master writing coach with an eclectic portfolio that spans a multitude of genres. Known for her unparalleled expertise in content, strategy, and development, Deidre has been enlisted by a who's who of clients such as Meta, Facebook, and LinkedIn, to the finance sector's FIS Bank and US Bank, and from television's monolithic NBC to the venerable HarperCollins publishers. And with that, I now present to you Miss Deidre D. Armstrong. You're mute. Unmute yourself, Deidre. Let's see if I can. Yeah. Do you see the tool to unmute yourself? Just.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
Okay, welcome back to the Black Business Network. We had a bit of a technicality. Those happen. And so
I can take over. Thank you for that wonderful introduction.
You're
And
welcome.
Thanks, Pamela. My name is, as she mentioned, Deidre Armstrong, and I am a master writing coach. And so what I wanted to talk about today was a variety of things. I named my topic called Ink and Insights. I like to use ink because traditionally that's what the pen represented, writing, all different types of writing and signing. So I did want to kind of stick with that, but talk about what's going on in the industry now in terms of writing, all different types of writing. If you turn your social media on, you're going to see a plethora or really a bombardment of advertisements and sponsored ads at that of other writers, other coaches, and from things like you can write a book in 3 days or write a book in 90 days or follow me and I'll show you some tips on how to market your book and so forth and so on. And so I really wanted to talk about where that is going, the trend of publishing and writing, and talk about some of the old things, phobias, as well as some myths versus reality, writing behaviors and writing traits, and when to hire a writing coach. Some people, even if they're established writers, they can benefit from using a writing coach for a variety of reasons. Sometimes it's not that they lack the skill, but they might lack the discipline. They may need help getting on a schedule and staying on a schedule. They may need help with accountability. So I'm going to go and talk about that later on in the presentation. talks more about the benefits of having a writing coach, and then what to look for when you are vetting or needing a hiring coach. So we'll go over those things. Traditionally, 80% or more people have desired to write a book, but never wrote it or would never write it in their lifetime. And the main reason was 4-letter words: fear. And it would be fear of rejection, fear of failure. Sometimes people even have fear of success. Well, what if it does jump off, or it does turn out to be something that could take me to another plateau in my writing career, or, changing careers, if that. And so some people have a phobia of success. Another thing people have is a phobia of criticism. They can't take criticism, even though it's constructive. And so there's a way that you can work with writers of all types: your novice writer, your intermediate, your advanced, and your super advanced writers, to overcome any of those fears if they have them, and move forward or push forward. But I also want to talk about a trend that I see coming, and I mentioned that earlier, is that if you go to your social media, everywhere you're bombarded with ads. And what I'm finding is a lot of the clients that are coming to me now is they are confused. There's information overload. There's so much. I don't know if I should join a boot camp versus should I do this 3-day weekend thing? Should I do a 6-week boot camp? What should I do? This person is telling me that my book can be a bestseller if I, take their course and I work on a weekend, Friday through Monday, or Thursday through Sunday, and I can have a book. Another thing is people want to go into coaching, and they say, well, you need a product. And the best thing to do is, if you want to be a speaker or you want to coach, you need a book, you need a product. It helps with your brand. So a lot of this is information overload. And what can happen when there's information overload, the effects can be very negative. One of the things it can do is it can result in poor decision making. A person may go and they may sign up for just about everything they see online, and it can lead to poor decisions. You're out of money. You don't have your book in 3 days. You don't even have your book in 90 days because you are overwhelmed and being bombarded with this information overload from what you see on Facebook and on Instagram and on TikTok, everywhere you look, even on LinkedIn. So one of the things I suggest that people do is that they take a step back and they even vet some of these programs and some of these coaches. Is it really realistic? Talk to established writers and see, what does it really look like? What is the time frame to really get a book to publishing status, or the quality that you would like it to be, so that it, the quality that it needs to be, so that you don't get bad reviews, so that you have a chance, if you want to, get an agent, a literary agent, and if you want to, go the traditional publishing route and get representation. Another thing that can happen is you develop bad behaviors, right? I call them bad writing behaviors, which can lead to a bad writer's profile. And I'll get into that in a minute. Another thing that can happen when there's information overload is that you don't know how to discern myth from reality. And I'm going to go into that in a few minutes as well. So I'm sorry, I'm looking at my notes and let me just get them. you begin to lack confidence as well, because the information, if you can't keep up with the people who are scribbling or dabbling or doing whatever they're doing over this 3-day weekend, and you are a novice writer, you don't write that well, or you just want to learn the mechanics of writing, that may not be the avenue for you. So, it can lead to your lack of confidence. You have a lack of confidence because you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, and that might not be for you. You may need to take a different route. And then low productivity. That's another effect that can happen with information overload. You don't meet your targets. Like I just mentioned, you don't meet targets. You don't meet your own targets. You don't meet the targets that are set forth for you through these programs or these coaches, because they may be too aggressive and they may even be unrealistic. So we're going to look at some of those things. For one, myth versus reality. So here's some of the things that I wrote down. Here's myth versus reality. You can write a book in 3 days. I don't agree with that. You're lucky if you can get an outline done in 3 days, a good outline for your book. I teach against it. It is not my philosophy. And I would like to caution writers to scrap that, because it's just unrealistic. You can publish a book in 90 days. That's pushing it. And that's even pushing it for accomplished writers or skilled writers, because there is a entire process from the beginning stage to the end. And from the time you either write that first letter or you type that first letter on your software or your computer, there is a process. So you have a draft. You're probably going to do some rewrites. And if you don't, you're not going to have a quality book. And you're not even going through the writing, the development phases of writing, because that's what it takes. So I caution even against 90 days, because publishing a book in 90 days, because it takes time. Now, if you are part of a writing group and you have a segment that you're writing, then that'll work. But if you don't have a team of writers helping you out, that's almost impossible, and it's unrealistic for most writers. Another thing, another myth versus reality is writers don't have to do the heavy lifting, because the editor can turn their manuscript into a masterpiece. That's also false. It is your responsibility as a writer. This is your baby. You stay pregnant with it for a while. And as you're carrying your baby, this is the writing process. This is going through the stage. This is trimester 1, trimester 2, and trimester 3 of the writing phase. So you must write, you must rewrite, you must get some feedback, test it out with some trusted friends. You can also ask an experienced writer, hey, look at this. Tell me, what can I do? Give me some constructive feedback, and be open to the feedback that you receive. Incorporate it. Don't take offense to it. Incorporate it. Embrace it. Another thing is only novice writers experience writer's block. That's also a myth. That's false. Every writer experiences some form or facet of writer's block. And sometimes the solution to that can be as simple as changing your environment. Leave the house, go to a cafe, go to a library. Sometimes you might not need to take a day and go stay in a hotel and lock yourself up. Some people go to cabins. Some people do retreats with other like-minded writers where, if that's the goal, that's what you need to do. That's if you have if you're serious about it, if you are serious about your writing, and you go on these retreats for writing, get the writing done. Set your goals, make the goals happen. AI is another one. AI can write your full-length book for you. That's false. AI can help, and AI can only help with certain types of writing, a lot with certain types of writing. So when it comes to memoirs and stories that you need to have deep character development, AI is very limited in that in that capacity. Now, AI can give you a lot of information on reference books, but you still need to have your own voice and your own style incorporated into your writing. I can almost always, and I'll just tell you, I can always tell when something is AI generated versus when it is totally produced from a human being. And there is a difference. What AI lacks is true emotion. It can use some words, but the emotion and the sentiment behind the words and the story is usually lacking. And so AI today cannot write your full-length book unless you want it to, but it's not your book. It's an AI generated book, and you have to remember that we are in the infant stages of using AI as the general public, and so there are a lot of legal ramifications that have not been hashed out yet. So there's also some lawsuits with some writers because AI has been programmed using their text and using some of their work. So you have to be very careful with AI. And then you don't know if it is just regurgitating verbatim something that has been generated elsewhere. So be very leery with how you use AI, number one, and the extent of using AI for your literary needs. It's a very delicate situation or delicate balance right now. So I would be very careful with that, and I would never promote it as let AI, as telling a writer that they can use AI to publish their book or to write their book. The next thing, skilled writers don't need discipline. That's false as well. As I mentioned just a few moments ago, even the most skilled writers can experience difficulty when writing. And sometimes they can push out one book faster than or one chapter, I'll say, faster than they can generate another chapter. And that's because of, all different types of dynamics. Sometimes their mind can just be going through information overload, the daily hassles of life. They too may even need to have a different space and go somewhere else, go to a hotel, go to a cabin, go to someone else's house if you can't, you can't afford. So I'm talking broadly to all different types of writers who have different situations and different scenarios in their lives at this moment. And lastly, I'll look at there's one more I just want to cover, and that is joining a 3-day writing boot camp is all you need to enhance your writing skills. That's false. Writing for true writers is a lifelong process. So if you want to be a good writer, a great writer, a great writer, and a great writer, then you will be you will embrace the fact that it's a lifelong journey. You are always trying to get better, and there's always something to learn. I don't know how many of you know Victoria Christopher Murray, but she is a very accomplished writer. And just a couple of weeks ago, she went to a writer's retreat, and she was just blown away. And she was around all different types of writers, because it's not just the when you say writing, it's not just the fiction writing, it's not just the memoirs. There's all different kinds of writing. Even scholastic writing for textbooks is takes a lot of time and energy to write to, and it takes skill as well. That's a different topic going into that, because if we wanted to talk about the money, that's really where the most money is made. It's made in textbooks. But if you are called to be a writer of fiction, and that's your gift and that's your skill, you stick with it, because it's not just about the money. And then that's why I was talking about all the social media and the overload, because that's what's getting a lot of people in trouble, because they can't fulfill their goals because it's unrealistic. What they're selling you is unrealistic. So I just want to talk about as well what information overload can do in terms of affecting your behavior as you're writing, or your habits as a writer. And so, as I mentioned earlier, it can create negative behaviors or negative writing profiles, I call them. So these are writer types. So this is a person, it's called the dreamer. This is a dreamer. And this person has great ideas, grand ideas actually, and aspirations for writing a book, but they have difficulty translating those ideas into actual writing. They spend a lot of time imagining what the book would look and sound like, but they never take the concrete steps to turn it into reality. That's called the dreamer, and that is a negative writing profile or behavior, and it can happen to the best of us. This is the procrastinator. I have the desire to write often, but I put it off for various reasons. And so that's basically what procrastination is doing. When we procrastinate about anything, about, tackling our finances, whatever, we think about it and we get overwhelmed and we put it off. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it next week. I'll do it whenever, and it never gets done. Next, we have what is called a serial starter. This person is full of ideas and enthusiasm for new writing projects, but they struggle with the follow through and finish what they start. They have multiple unfinished manuscripts or projects sitting on their hard drive. That's a serial starter. I know quite a few of them. Here's the undercover writer. I keep my desire to write or my ideas a secret. I write in private and only share my work with a small network of trusted friends. And then we have the planner. I'm highly meticulous about approaching writing. I create detailed outlines, plans, character profiles, and plots. And that person called the planner spends so much time on the outline or the note taking, and they have a little bit of procrastination in them, but they call them the planner. And so they don't really get to the meat of writing when they should, and that can impact, their motivation. So they are what they call the planners. And all 5 of these negative behaviors or negative writing types can be worked with. They can be overcome. There's something that you can do to overcome that. And the solution to that problem is to hire a writing coach or seek out a writing coach. Now, most people think, okay, I know what a writing coach is, okay? A writing coach is no more than a professional who helps people improve their writing skills and reach their writing goals. I can't, as a writer, do no more than you will allow me to do in terms of if you tell me your goals are A, B, and C, I'll work with you to get A, B, and C. But if you're not willing to push more, if I see something else and I say, hey, you can work on this, D, E, and F, but if you do not if you do not work to get D and F, it won't happen. So the relationship between the writer and the coach is basically symbiotic. We work together. There might be some things that you don't realize that you need. You may come to me and say, hey, this is my problem. And I may say, well, this another thing is your problem too, or this is how we can go about this problem, about solving that issue. So the relationship, like I said, is symbiotic, and it's not the boss necessarily and the employee. It's nothing like that, but it's more of the provider and the client. The writing coach is the professional, and the writer is the learner at that point. And that's part of the relation. That's the dynamic of having a writing coach if you want to improve your writing skills. Now, how do you know if you need a coach? Well, you can ask yourself some of these questions. Number one, do you have great ideas, but you don't know how to bring them to life? Do you want to learn a more creative way of writing, a type of writing, such as poetry, creative, nonfiction, fiction, screenwriting, or even playwriting? Do you need help becoming a better storyteller? Do you want to become a more skilled writer? Do you need help developing your characters? Do you want to develop a positive writer profile? That means you don't want to be in any of those other categories that I just mentioned about the dreamer, the procrastinator, the planner, the undercover writer, and the serial starter. Do you want to learn how to employ effective strategies to overcome writer's block or other writing challenges? Do you need someone to help you stay accountable with reaching your literary goals? Do you need help navigating the writing journey, period? If you can answer yes to any of those questions, then you should hire a writer, or you should seek out a writer coach. Now, the benefits of having a writing coach are numerous. Number one, it aids in skill development. So writing coaches can provide personalized feedback and guidance, constructive criticism, and tailored goals, tailored to meet your specific needs and goals. Okay. The writing coach can kind of hone in, the experienced writing coach can hone in and, figure out what exactly you need. Because some people come to me and they say, I just need help. Some people know off the bat, look, I'm not a writer. I have a story to tell, but I am not a writer. And so what I usually do in this case is, because they're telling me straight off the bat that they're not going to write, do too much writing, and they're not really interested, but they really have a passion for telling their story. And in this case, I will say, well, you need ghostwriting services. I do offer ghostwriting services, but this presentation is pretty much focused on hiring a writing coach. But if you find yourself in that scenario, then, be honest with yourself. Just say, hey, I have a story to tell. I want this for my business. I want this to promote my brand, but I don't want to write it. Then you need a ghostwriter. And there are plenty out there. I'm not going to cover that topic today, but we'll just focus more on the benefits here of hiring a writing coach. Another benefit to hiring a writing coach is that you have someone to keep you accountable. Through feedback sessions and regular check-ins, the writing coach can provide you with accountability and motivation so that you stay on track and you can stick to your writing goals. One way I do this as a writing coach, if a person is having problems with accountability, sometimes it's pretty much they need a schedule. And so I help them with a schedule. So as an example, if a person is a novice, I may give them a schedule of writing 3 days a week. And it's realistic because the goal is not to do anything of what you see online and put extra pressure, because if you put that extra pressure on someone who is a novice, they're not going to achieve their goals, and they are going to, it's going to turn into lack of confidence, greater fear of failure, and they're just going to give up on their literary goals. So yeah, have to be realistic. So I may put them on a schedule of, okay, you write 3 days a week and you write for an hour. And in that hour, you can write anywhere from 100 to 300 words. Very realistic. This is a novice person. This is a person who hasn't written much. So I give them that latitude.
Deidre, thank you so much for all of the information. It's just such a volume, if I may use that word.
Yes.
Information, and I think there's a book in so many of us.
Yes,
so many
it is.
of us have
it
a
is.
story, and as you described each of those categories, I could relate. So, I'm just glad to know that there are folks such as yourself that offer that service to folks who have a story to tell, don't know where to start, but they know at some point that they really need to. So yeah. So I want to thank you so much for sharing your expertise on the Black Business Network. Do you have any final thoughts that you want to share, or how we can reach out to you for
let me just add, I know the technical difficulties kind of kind of interfered, but I just want to say that, as for those who want to be a writer, and you need a writing coach, explore your options. Do not, you have to do your due diligence when you're looking for a writing coach. Check their website out, ask for their resume in terms of not their professional resume, that where they worked at, Cox Communications or somewhere else. Ask for their resume as a writing coach. Check out ask for a consultation, and ask them what type of writers they like to deal with, work with. Ask them what type of genres, because you're trying to find your match at that point. And so that's what, like I said, it's a symbiotic relationship. So you want to make sure that that coach is good for you and that you can achieve your goals, your literary writing goals.
Oh, absolutely. And can you give your website and contact information?
Sure.
Again,
my website is coachdeidra.com, and that's Coach COACH Deidra. My name is DEDRA.com. That's my website, and you can email me at Deidra, DEDRA, at coachdeidra.com. You can email me with some questions. You can request a consultation. For those who are writing coaches, I just, I always encourage you to, make sure that when people contact you, make sure you check your website out. Make sure your links are there. Make sure that the information, the basic information that a writer might be looking for is on your is on your website. And contact them in a reasonable time frame. That's important.
Oh, okay. Okay. Great information. Great information. Well, at this time, I want to thank you for joining us. And at this time, what we will say is genius is common. And we will see you on the other side.
See you on the other side. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success. Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
The power of the written word is magic. Like fire from the midday sun, like thriving roots from a young tender oak, like ocean waves reaching for the sky, like black voices stretched across a space of regality and purpose, like yesterday's tears and fight becoming today's victory. The power of the written word is magic.
Having a brand that resonates with so many people across the world is truly a phenomenon. But being the face of that brand that empowers people is something that I don't take for granted. It's actually way bigger than me. But it's when I hear those stories of what people had to overcome, that is what our brand is about. Resilience, persevering, and not giving up. Physically, mentally, or spiritually.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, Unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there. Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. I am Black business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies.
The power of the written word is magic. Like fire from the midday sun, like thriving roots from a young tender oak, like ocean waves reaching for the sky, like Black voices stretched across a space of regality and purpose, like yesterday's tears and fight becoming today's victory. The power of the written word is magic.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Eartha Watts Hicks. I am the CEO of Eartha Tone Enterprises and Eartha Tone Books. I'm a member of the Harlem Writers Guild, executive editor at Harlem World Magazine, and I'm a PR writer and affiliate for blackpr.com. I'm also your moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network's Black Literary Olympics. Now, the Black Business Network is a 24-hour Business Network, showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Now, our next speaker is Ms. Kathy Wright Lewis. Kathy Wright Lewis is a veteran educator, and she's a veteran educator with 35 years of experience teaching high school English. A Brooklyn speculative fiction author, Kathy Wright Lewis penned and published Maria's Seed, Why Hope Lives Beyond Project Walls, Passion's Pride, Returning to the Dawning, Mama Relly and Mama Relly's Lessons, a children's book series, and a host of poetry anthologies and short stories. Her allegorical, futuristic works both uncover the history of African Americans in New York City, honors the African ancestors who built the city, and revolutionaries who fought for equality amid centuries of disenfranchisement and massacres. I welcome and present to you Ms. Kathy Wright Lewis. Well, hello.
Hi, good afternoon, my dear Eartha.
Good afternoon, Kathy. How's everything?
Everything is great. Everything is great.
Okay, so I'm glad to have you here, and I would love for you to read a wonderful excerpt, some pages from your work. But before we do that, please tell us a little bit about your background as a veteran educator and the work that you do and have done in shaping the young minds in New York City.
Oh, okay. First and foremost, thank you, Eartha. Thank you for inviting me. It's always wonderful to be in your presence, and every opportunity is a great one because you never know who's listening. I taught in Brooklyn. I still teach. I'm never going to stop teaching, but I taught my mother and Frank Mickens, the infamous, not infamous, but in a bad way, but the very well-known Mr. Mickens. He was the principal, well known for being the principal of Boys and Girls High School, who turned everything around back in the 80s. Well, I was on his team. And before he even got to Boys and Girls, at first I didn't want to teach, but my mother said that I had to. So I went and got my license, and I started, and I fell in love with the kids. I saw myself and my little friends when we were younger. So I knew what they had my heart. I automatically noticed fortunately how poor their skills were, and made it a lifelong journey to enforce literacy in our community, and that's at the core of almost everything that I do. But I taught at 324 Boys and Girls. I helped start Benjamin Banneker Academy and Bedford Academy. Those are all like homeschools to me. And I taught at Medgar Evers College also.
Wow, and at Medgar Evers College, what class did you teach?
Writing for freshmen. I taught also English for interim teachers, so students who are going to become teachers. I've taught a few different types of writing classes. Yeah.
Gotcha. Now, I'm going to say two things. Boys and Girls High School used to host the, they partnered with the ladies of Delta Sigma Theta, and I believe it was the Brooklyn alumni chapter to do Delta Sigma Theta Book Festival or Book Fair at Boys and Girls High School. So that was like one of the first book fairs where I sold my novel at Boys and Girls, and I still have that picture from way back when. And shout out to the ladies of Delta Sigma Theta, because I know I love participating in that particular book fair. It's one of my favorites. Also, too. Medgar Evers College. Yes, the Center for Black Literature.
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. They have some brilliant students coming out of there, especially the poets. They're mind blowing.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
oh gosh, I was in their presence once, and I was amazed by the talent and the passion of just people so young, but it's like nothing is getting past them. They got it all, and they're addressing it in their poetry, and I love it. I'm here for it.
Thank you so much for saying that. I worked with a lot of the poets, and a lot of my students are now the teachers there. So I'm really proud to hear that, because I was one of the first people to teach spoken word at Medgar Evers through the Black Center for Black Literature. Yeah.
Wow. No, they were blazing. I had actually wandered into one of their open mic sets in their little cafeteria, because I was part of the National Black Book Conference.
Right.
And I sort of just wandered in because I had a little time, between the next session or whatever. And I was like, whoa, these college kids got it going on, as we used to say. It was like, they are doing it. I was like, okay, so the fact that you had something to do with that, it's like, okay, I see you.
Oh yeah, and my fingers all in there.
Now, so can we please have an excerpt from you?
Okay, I'm waiting for it to open up. Can we talk a little more until it does? Can I tell you a little bit about my writing workshop?
Sure.
So after teaching, and I just didn't want to stop, I guess. I'm so devoted to my childhood community of Brownsville, which most people frown on. They feel like it's just a place of criminals and that type of thing. But I know a different Brownsville, and I know how much creativity and culture came out of Brownsville, and what raised me and who raised me. So I came back, and I went to the Brownsville Heritage House and asked if I could teach a writing workshop for free there. That's how we started. And I actually kind of left Medgar Evers to go do Power in the Pen, conduct Power in the Pen. So every Saturday between 11 and 2, from 11 to 2 p.m., we are at Brownsville Heritage House. All you hear is beautiful poetry, excerpts from novels and memoirs, and people are receiving, and it's my way of teaching, people to pass the literacy on in their families. Because I noticed, as teaching in the daytime, I would teach the students, right, at the high school, and then at nighttime, I was teaching at Medgar Evers. And I noticed when kids graduate, they did really well, and they went on with their lives. But when the parents knew, right, when we have the parents informed, and the parents are learning, then the parents go home and they make sure everybody can read. So that's my mission, is to spread the literacy in the homes. Okay, I just want to get that in there. So I can start now.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So this is from Mariah Seed, Special Classes. My first novel, written 20 years ago. This is the 20th anniversary. July 1980. Passion jumped out of her bed. She stormed down the narrow apartment hallway towards the front door and closed one eye to see through the peephole. Mecca, she hollered for her 22-year-old college grad who had recently returned home. Coming, Ma, her daughter stirred, still half asleep. She had heard a ruckus and hoped it was coming from next door. Damn, Mecca mumbled when she looked at her clock. Then she got excited. Who is it? Hurry, your best friend is here. She needs some help. Passion's tone swiftly changed from annoyed to concerned as she rushed the young lady into the apartment. Orset, girl, what are you doing here? Mecca was trying to get her arm into the right sleeve of her bathrobe. Orset started talking fast. My dad put me out. I'm so sorry to wake you. She began to cry through her apology. He hates my boyfriend and forbids me to see him. She paused, feeling guilty about the confession she was about to make. But we went out last night. Anyway, when I got home, my clothes were in the street, and he said not to come back. She sobbed from inside the doorway, with one foot still holding the door slightly ajar. I really don't want to be any trouble, but I don't know where else to go. Orset dropped her head in shame. Oh, please, Ma, can she stay? Just a little while until we figure out her next move, Mecca pleaded, then ran over to Passion and threw her arms around her mother's neck. She kissed Passion all over her face, grabbed hold of Orset's hand, and used her puppy dog eyes that worked when she was a child. Girl, if you don't stop with all of that, you know how many people have slept on that couch because of one emergency or another. One more won't matter. Passion hugged the young girl woman tight but quick, then extended her arm and gestured for Orset to move towards the living room. Curious, Passion peered down the hallway before she closed and locked the door. Thanks, Mama. You're the bomb. Merkin's smile left the imprint of a giant grin on Passion's heart, and Orset's long, sad face had earned Passion's pity. She really was on the brink of hysteria. Her father's words rang in her ears. No daughter of mine is taken up with no thug. Get out of my house and don't ever come back. Don't ever come back. She rubbed her belly, but I'm pregnant, Daddy, she had wanted to say. Frightened by the fury she had never seen in his face before, Orset had fled her childhood home in the middle of the night for the first time in her life. Her boyfriend had met her at the phone booth a block away, 10 minutes after her frantic call. You okay, baby? He asked after she slid into the front seat of his new Benz. In the next breath, his tone changed and his face turned cold. Where you want me to drop you off? He asked like a careless cab driver. Her heart had crumbled in her chest. I can't stay with you, she whispered as the tears she tried to hold back slipped down her face. You know I'm married. Girl, I can't bring you home. He watched her sink. Don't look at me like that, babe. I'm leaving that bitch as soon as I can, and we'll have our own place and our own family. He rubbed her belly and kissed it. In the meantime, see if you could stay with Mecca. You know Passion won't mind. It's like a Holiday Inn over there. The man, 8 years her senior, had a way of staring her down and disabling her common sense. Orset would agree to anything he'd ask after that. Her father called him Trouble. It had become his new name, and she knew he'd cause her nothing but trouble. You still have that package I gave you? He asked. You didn't leave it there, did you? No, it's in my black bag. Trouble smiled and winked. You know you my girl, right? Orset just nodded. She couldn't muster up a fake smile like she usually would after agreeing to do something her spirit had warned her against. She felt like a fool. The band screeched as Trouble made a U-turn on Powell Street, then sped down Sutter Avenue. He didn't even say goodbye, she thought as she rode the elevator to the 4th floor and prayed Miss Passion couldn't tell that she was 4 months pregnant. Thank you, Mrs. Freeman, Orset quickly added as she walked in. She wanted to hold on to Miss Passion's hug, a real mother's hug. Hold on and cry all night. Instead, she walked into the living room and latched on to Mecca's neck. It's okay, Orset, she said, and held and patted her best friend's back like she used to when they were teenagers and some boy had left Orset brokenhearted. They'd have a sleepover, eat pizza, and Mecca would tell corny jokes. We got to find you some better boyfriends, child. Let me get some covers for you. She repeated the same lines she'd said back in the day, but Orset had lost the goofy laugh that Mecca loved, and the genuine innocence of her demeanor had disappeared. Mecca was still happy to see her old friend, though she seemed different. Maybe we can get back to being tight like we used to be, she thought. She's still my girl. Mecca smiled and winked as she turned from her friend. I'll be right back. Don't look so worried. We'll get through this, sis. The smile and wink made Orset think of Trouble, and a shiver ran down her back. He don't even love me, she told herself. The next night, ruckus resurged at the front door as the ladies prepared to retire. Mecca and Passion walked towards the back of their apartment when, come out of here, Orset loudly echoed in the hallway. It must be her father. You and Orset go ahead in the back, Mecca. I'll handle this, Passion assured her daughter. But when she heard another voice shout, Come out or we're coming in. Passion yelled, Mecca, call the cops. It was trouble and his friends. Battering ram in hand, the group of masked men dressed in black from head to toe burst through the metal apartment door. They poured into Passion's home and converged upon the helpless women. Somehow, Mecca survived.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
And this is taking place in Brooklyn in the 80s.
Yes, this is in the 80s in Brooklyn, in Brownsville, to be specific. It's always my backdrop. And then goes on to show a night, and well, it goes back in time, actually, to 1963, when a police officer kills a black boy, and it erupts, the whole community erupts. And you get to see passion in every sense of the word throughout the night. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Woof. That's powerful. So I have to ask, and I know the answer, but I have to ask it. What led you to censor your stories in Brooklyn?
Yeah. Because it's my home, and I really don't think people know what happens here, and especially in Brownsville. And that, if you just watch the news, you wouldn't have a clue as to what really happened. And we have such a rich history here that needs to be told. Yeah. And I felt like I needed to preserve, the community it was a powerful community back then. We did some amazing things, and people just don't know about it, or they choose not to, expose it.
Right. I mean, when you think about Brownsville seems to just have happened. You don't understand that there's a whole history that evolved, that brought it from one place to another. And there are all these details that no one's really sharing. There's a whole narrative there that's not being recorded, that's not being saved. Well, it's being saved now because you're working to do that work.
Right.
So that's powerful. And it's powerful for the plain, simple fact that the young people who are there now don't understand what's been happening in their own neighborhood, or what the early history of the neighborhood was, what the dynamics of the neighborhood was, how the community came together. So all of that gives a different sense to a place than, just a liquor store and a check cashing place.
Right. Right. And there's I want to just remind people that it's an allegory, and it's allegorical because I wanted people, like I said, to see passion in every sense of passion, but passion, the community was so passionate. And we were fighting for justice all the time. So this was my way to honor passion and justice, even though the problem was that passion and justice were both killed, and that's what made our communities begin to self-destruct, and be attacked, and so that's the point I'm making. It may seem like I'm just talking about some characters, but all of their names have powerful meanings.
Right, because now that you mention it, and you mention it like that, with the loss of passion and justice, you have a loss of hope.
Right.
And that's how a place can turn into a hopeless place.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I'm thinking of it. I'm thinking of my own neighborhood where I grew up in the South Bronx, where in the 70s it was just on that downward spike because of addictions, and people who were struggling, and crime, and the rape, and then the burnt down abandoned buildings, and it was the relics of it looked like the what I call the bones left behind after a war, the ashes, right? And that's what the Bronx looked like. It was ashes, and it smelled bad. You could smell it in the air, right? But imagine if while living in that place, we understood that there was a rich history. And I'm talking about the Bronx, because I don't know anybody writing about that neighborhood I was in.
Right.
But imagine if there were books about the protest and the community and the justice seekers and the heroes within that Millbrook projects. I would have had a different sense of pride about where I came from and the community I was a part of.
Right. Because none of those things happen by coincidence. The landlords were burning the buildings themselves so that they could get the insurance money and get out. There were riots, sure, and there was some looting and there was some burning, but they didn't burn all of that. Okay, everybody knew the owners were doing that, and then the city left it that way. You're describing Brownsville too, left it that way for years. I remember this. We were just talking about sanitation strikes. They refused to come and pick up our garbage. When people started burning garbage in the streets, it made it look like we were crazy people on the news, but people were burning it because they weren't picking it up.
Right, and the metal garbage cans, they were burning it. So between the burning of the trash and the metal garbage cans, the incinerators where they were burning the trash from the buildings, then it was and then the garbage was sour. Yes, it was all over everywhere, and it was sour. Then there were rats and stray dogs, and that was New York of the 70s and 80s.
That's right. It sure was.
And then to make us real famous, they made us Fort Apache the Bronx.
Right.
And Escape from New York.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. Then they had the nerve to exploit us after they did
make us extras in the movie.
Oh my God.
Make us extras in the movie that describes our home as HE double hockey stick.
Okay. Exactly. Unbelievable. But that's why I write, so people will understand what happened, what really happened.
It's beautiful when you think of it that way, because you're giving the history, you're giving culture, you're giving it texture, and you're assigning heroes that the community can understand.
Correct. Right. Absolutely.
Wow. Now, who are your literary inspirations?
Oh my goodness. Of course, Toni Morrison. Of course, Maya Angelou. Okay. Of course, Alice Walker. All of the wonderful Black women writers, they're fantastic. But of course, I have to put Octavia Butler on the top because we go back in time. Okay. When I read Kindred, it changed my life. And I realized that this is how I can do it. I go back in time and I'll tell the story. And I go all the way back. The second book, we go back to 1741. We go back to the slave ship. And we talk about all of the things that were going on back then. And it's how it's the same way. We're still dealing with the same issues. Okay. But Octavia Butler's, oh my God.
Now, what's your favorite book by her?
Well, Kindred, A Parable of the Sower. Those are my top two by her. Yeah.
Wow. Now, how would you describe your work?
I describe my work as, like I said, it's Afrofuturistic. We call it speculative, but my point is it's really Afrofuturist, because that's all about going back in time, looking at the history. Right, assessing it, evaluating it, and understanding why we're the way we are right now, so that we can make the future better and take a look at that and put some hope. I will never write anything dystopic. I'm always writing about hope. Is always in my stories. They always want to write these stories and write Black people right on out of them. Yeah, we know you want to destroy us, but I write us. I put us right back in the story.
Right.
We'll be here. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Like I was saying, I think yesterday or the day before, Abe Lincoln freed the slaves in the Emancipation Proclamation, and then sometime later, Martin Luther King had a dream, and between that time and that time, we were all idle, doing like this.
Right. Yeah, sure. Right. Come on. Right. Let's tell the truth.
You know, all these HBCUs putting out all these Black college students, all these Black college graduates becoming doctors and lawyers and scientists and mathematicians, and all these Black people coming through the colleges learning all of this knowledge, and we were just sitting around doing this with our thumbs.
Right. Come on.
You know, so it's it's one thing to it's one thing to give us history without our history in it, right? And then it's another thing to not give us books that we read to reflect who we are, right? So now that we've evolved or come to a place where it seems to me like more of us are reading, more of us are publishing books, more of us are writing, more of us are passionate about books. Now, all of a sudden, they want to ban books.
That's right. That's right.
You know, and actually, I'm gonna say this because there was I just saw a tweet from ABC News that says that the book ban lawsuits moves forward. Florida district restricts over 1,000 books now. It's up the book ban book list is up to 1,000 titles. Compliance under House Bill 1069. So those of us who want to find out more, look up House Bill 1069. Limits the discussion of racism, gender identity, sexual orientation. And some of these titles include titles by Toni Morrison, Alice Walker, Sapphire, Angie Thomas, James Baldwin, Judy Blume, and J.K. Rowling. So
Unbelievable. It's so interesting that you brought that up because I made a note to bring up Ava DuVernay's movie Origin. And I urge everyone to see it. Everyone should see it. Everyone should see it because it's about Isabel Wilkerson's book Caste. And she's absolutely correct. And we talk about racism all the time, but we don't talk about what it really, really is. It's a caste system. And they make a decision to put a certain people on the bottom and create all this propaganda and all this belief and all this negativity about them. So we literally hate them to give us the worst of the worst. And it happens all over the world. It's in India, you know, with the untouchables. And it's with, of course, you know, in every community, unfortunately, with the Jews. That's what they did for the Holocaust. They made them the people that everybody should hate, and people turned their heads while they were killing them. You know.
And before they did all of that, the first thing they did was burn the books.
Burn up. That's why I brought it up, because they burned the books. They burned the books, so you wouldn't know who you're really talking about, and you wouldn't know their history. You know, it's a system. It's a diabolical system set up to destroy. You know, it's a sickness. You know, it really, really is. But everybody needs to look at that. So we have to do something. We have to write. We have to write. We have to.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's horrible. You know, I remember as a child, I went to a public library. First, librarians, there weren't that many Black librarians back in the 70s. So when I was like walking into the library age 7, and I'm like, where are your books about Black people? Where are your books? Well, do you have books written by Black people? Librarian couldn't tell me. She pointed me literally to the card catalogs, Dewey Decimal System, typed white type on white index cards, and it must have been maybe 300 cards in one of those drawers. Remember? And it must have been 500 drawers.
Right.
And then she's like, look up that number and then go find it on the shelf, like it would be on the shelf if it was in the card catalog.
Wow.
You know, and looking at an author, the title of the book typed out on an index card in the card catalog, that would not tell you what the identity or if that writer was Black.
Exactly. Right.
Or if the book was Black or about Black people. All you had was a name, a title, and a number.
That's right. Right.
You know, so and I had mentioned this earlier, and while speaking to James, my introduction to Nikki Giovanni came by way of Tina Marie Squarebiz.
Right. When she says it in the song, she's saying, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's how I was introduced to Shakespeare, Maya Angelou, and Nikki Giovanni, just to name a few. Now, Nikki Giovanni, when I heard Nikki Giovanni's name, I knew Nikki Giovanni was Black, just by the sound of her name. And Maya Angelou, I later learned was Black when she started making more of a prominent presence through Oprah and the Oprah Winfrey Show and appearing on the Oprah Winfrey Show. But prior to that, it was Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl, right? And then it was Roots. So I knew Roots. Wasn't going to read that. The Roots was like yay thick.
Right. Looked like two encyclopedias.
Right. And then when Roots came out, it seemed like Alex Haley was the only Black author.
Yeah, right. And that was so untrue. And people really believed that. Even in the 90s, I remember parents saying, well, we don't have any Black authors. I was like, we have plenty of Black authors. I'm a Black author. We have plenty of Black authors. Let me turn you on to a few. But she really believed that there were none.
Wow.
So it's really important for people to understand. We've written our stories. I'm grateful to YouTube for that, because we do have a lot of Black, little history and information on YouTube. And now kids are watching it and they're reading from there and they're learning what they want to learn on there, But I'm fortunate that I was raised in Brownsville. That's why I love it so much, because the activists, raised us. Listen, I learned, I was a Black nationalist at the age of 10, picketing and marching, down to 271 for equal education. Wow. I was fortunate because I was in Brownsville. That's where Mary Baraka taught. I didn't even know that he was a famous guy. I just thought, this is a real nice guy. We loved his poetry. And he was teaching us poetry and Yusuf Iman, who worked with him. We had all these amazing people who came through for the Black arts movement. And that's how we learned our history in the community. Because they wanted to make sure when we got bussed out to the white school, when we came home, we found out who we were. Artisans all over the country came together to do that. They came here on purpose to do. I'm grateful eternally for the exposure I received.
Wow. It's amazing. Now, what as an English teacher, and I know you only have your class and your classes that you've taught, but if there was one thing you would love for all Black high school students, Black students of color, not just Black, but students of color, students of culture, what one lesson would you feel that they all need to understand about Black culture, Black writing, Black history, and what we do and how we do it?
Yeah. I want them all to understand they come from a very proud, amazing history. I think if I want them all to research, and we used to do these projects all the time to research, I would tell them to interview the oldest person in your family, and we work with some who didn't have, but and if you could ask your grandmother about her grandmother and what her grandmother told her, you could get back some years. I wanted them to understand how much everybody went through to get here, to be in New York City, because every story is a triumphant story, whether they were running, whether they were, came into, the Great Migration. They don't even bring it up, in school. And they were brave to come all this way. Some people walked, everybody didn't have cars, how did they get here? So I want them to, because kids think of here and now. They don't think about tomorrow, they don't think about yesterday, they think about right now. So I make them go back and find out what happened before. I guess that's why I write what I write too, because they so much, sometimes right in their own families, they don't tell them who they are. So I would hear the girls calling each other names, and I'm like, why are you even saying that? That's ridiculous. So I had them ask their parents, about their history. When they came back, they were so proud of themselves. They were so proud. I remember one girl, they always called her name. She was Puerto Rican. All she ever heard was Puerto Rican. She didn't have a clue about Boricua or Taino and what her roots were. She had no idea. So once she learned that, you could see her standing taller because she had a clue about who she was. She knew who she was, and she was proud of her story. So a lot of times they don't tell the stories because they were harrowing stories, but please tell your stories to your children. Please pass on the stories, because before I could teach them anything, I had to make them know that they needed to be in school. They needed to learn, because a whole lot of our kids are smart. There's nothing wrong with our kids. They just don't feel like it's worth a damn. Like, I'm here to do what? How's this going to help me later on? We need money now. I had the little hustlers would laugh at me. I make more than you do selling, drugs. I'm like, yeah, but I'm not going to go to jail, and you need some more, because even with the money, how are you going to buy a house? How are you going to buy things that you need? You don't even know how to read these, a contract, and you don't even know how to have yourself represented. You don't even know how to speak well enough to be heard. You need this. You need these skills. So the only way I could make sure, and I was very successful as a teacher, but because I let my students talk. I let them talk about themselves. I let them ask me questions, and I made them do presentations about what they wanted in their dreams and anything they want to learn about. But I made them develop their oratory skills so that they could express themselves.
Right. And I think students today don't really understand that schools are not here to teach them everything.
Right.
Schools are only here to give them the skills they need to know to teach themselves what they need to learn for themselves. It's only a starting point.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. And parents need to understand that too. All the answers are not in the school. You have to I would tell them, we have to work together. Work with me, mama. Work with me, dad. We are going to together. We're going to get them on track. So it has to be an effort on everyone's behalf. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, can you remind our audiences how we can get in touch with you? Where can we find your book? If we can get an autograph book, and how can we get it? But before you do that, before you give us your contact information and your website, give us a little something about your nonprofit.
Oh, okay. So Power in the Pen Writing Workshop Incorporated is my nonprofit. We received our status just last year in 2022, 2 years ago. And it developed from this just small group I wanted to bring together and help some people with their writing. I ended up getting support from, we're at the Brownsville Heritage House every Saturday from 11 to 2. We're also online, Power in the Pen, www.org. It's really where writing, culture, and spirit meet. I say that because our healing meets, because it's cathartic. As a lot of people are writing their memoirs, and as a spiritual life coach, I realize I'm coaching as I'm teaching writing. I'm teaching writing skills, but when people start talking about the hard issues, the challenges in their lives, and I to help them, get it down and get through it, I end up coaching them. So it's become it's just become this phenomenal blessing that I didn't even expect to happen in my life. We now have about 40 people who come on a regular basis. I was inspired by Luis Reyes Rivera. I was part of his writing workshop. And so now it's just developed into this beautiful thing. So now we're getting funded by NISCA. We're getting discretionary funds, hopefully. I have them, we present in different places, in parks in the community, in Brownsville and all over Brooklyn. And we're about to start making murals of poetry in places where you never see poetry. So imagine you're in the hospital, in the emergency room, waiting room, and just sitting there worried, and you look up and here's this beautiful, inspiring poem to uplift you. So that's what we're working on that. And we have an anthology we publish every year. And we've published a memoir and a poetry book and a novel. So we're on our way up. So Yeah.
I think that's definitely inspiring, Kathy.
Thank you.
Please let us know where we can purchase your books.
Okay. You can purchase them on Power in the Pen, www.org, through the store there. And if you purchase it there, I can sign them. You could also purchase them through kathywrightlewis.com on my website, and those it comes to me, so I'll sign and I'll mail it out personally. And you can also find our work, all of my books on Amazon. If you just put my name in, Kathy Wright Lewis, you'll see all of the books.
Okay, and social media?
Social media, right? Yeah, Facebook, kathywrightlewis.com, Power in the Pen. Instagram, I'm on as I think I'm on as Nakistana on Instagram, Nakistana. And you can find us in Power in the Pen on Instagram. Absolutely.
Okay, and your website is www.kathywrightlewis. Is there a dash in there or no dash?
No dash, straight through.
Straight through. Okay, well, thank you so much, Kathy. Thank you for joining us, for sharing your passion, for doing what you do for Brooklyn through your writing, for preserving Brooklyn's history, and for just being you. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Eartha. I'm so blessed to have had you in my life. So thank you.
Thank you. Genius's comment, and I will see you on the other side.
All righty.
Okay.
Take care.
Okay. Wow. Oh, please look up Kathy Wright Lewis. Look up her work.
KathyWrightLewis.com. Is that it? Yeah.
powerinthepen.org. Look up the Power in the Pen, support her work, and more great stuff coming from Kathy Wright Lewis. Now, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Now, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App QR code that's in the corner of the screen there. And you can also enter into the search window $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So if you make a donation of $10, $11, $5, any donation, if you make a donation, every dollar counts. And we want to remind you, please donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for February 2024. That's NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Riche's Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Suppliers Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melaine Shane Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed. My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients
to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely. And this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.